Good morning, we're on the record. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571 of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are also authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the district central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Henson, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 10 cases on this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, all the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all camera and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first order of business today is a protest hearing status, case number 21 PRO 00064, El Centro DF. This case has been rescheduled to September 14th, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. The next case in our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00087, Hendry, Washington, D.C., The Wharf, license number 121347. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Matt Menorah, your access has been elevated. Stephen O'Brien, your access has been elevated. Edward Daniels, your access has been elevated. Chris Southcott, your access has been elevated.
Is that all the parties?
Yes, sure.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, good morning, everyone. And let's start with the licensee and their representative. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
My name is Matthew Menorah, and I'm joined by my colleague Stephen O'Brien. We're from the law firm of Malleus O'Brien and Sandground, and my last name is spelled Minora.
Good morning, Mr. Menorah. Mr. O'Brien, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
It's Stephen, Stephen, O'Brien, O''B''RIEN.
Good morning, Mr. O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien, Mr. Menorah is your client here this morning?
No, we will be representing the applicant.
Good morning, thank you. Mr. Daniels, can you please spell and spell and state your name for the record and identify yourself, please.
Good morning, Chairman. My name is Edward Daniels, EDWARD DANIELS, representing ANC 60.
Good morning, Mr. Daniels and Mr. Southcott. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
My name is Chris Southcott, CHRIS, last name SOUTHCOTT. I'm from the Office of the Attorney General. I am from the OAG's office who's been doing the show cause status hearings, and the latest copy of the calendar I have does not have this case as a status.
I'm sorry. This is a protest hearing, so you're not involved in this case. So
I figured as much. Wanted to.
We're not quite. We're not quite ready for you yet. So fine. You can just turn your camera off. Thank you. I apologize. All right. Good morning, everyone. This is a protest hearing status There's a protest hearing status, and it's my understanding that a motion was filed by the applicant, and there was a response from the protestant. So, Mr. Menorah, can you just for the record, what is the purpose of the motion that was filed?
Sure. Primarily, we're asking the board to note that the applicant had consented to an extension of the protest deadline from July 5th to July 25th for the sole purpose of allowing the ANC to vote on the pending application during its July 18th meeting. So any claim that the ANC found itself up against the time deadline is just false. The ANC's protest letter of July 18th asserts that at the July 18th meeting, the ANC had taken a vote to protest this application on the grounds of peace, order, and quiet, but as we'll establish, no such vote was taken. And you'll see from the video I'll play in a moment, the ABC portion of the July 18th ANC meeting began with the discussion of 3 separate ABC license applications that were unrelated: Easy Company, Live K, and Oasis Marina. Each of those applications were discussed and voted on separately in the conventional and traditional, proper manner. But following those votes, the ANC took up 36 other applications, both new and renewal, including the instant application as a whole. You'll see 0 discussion of the merits of each of those 36 applications. Instead, the ANC simply shotguns these 36 protests, each to be withdrawn upon the execution of a cooperative agreement by the applicant.
So your position then, Mr. So your position then is what?
Is that the ANC's purported letter that they voted on the grounds of peace, order, and quiet is not correct. It's false. That never occurred at the meeting.
And so what is it you're asking the board to do?
We're asking the board to dismiss the protest.
For I'm just wanting I want to have a
lack of statutory grounds for the protest.
All I'm trying to do, Mr. Menorah, is to have a clear record. As you know, this is the court reporter, so to have a clear record for the board. Mr. Daniels, do you wish to respond? I know that the ANC had submitted a response to the legal office. Do you wish to respond, sir?
Yes, Chair, and sorry that my screen, that I'm mobile and I don't have my screen access right now. Yes, the ANC voted to protest a number of licenses, as Mr. Menorah just said, on that evening. Traditionally, our ANC has protested licenses if there are any community concerns or ANC concerns regarding the licensee on the basis of peace, order, and quiet. And we rarely spell out in significant details every single item that we are concerned with regarding the applicants. Pendry was one of those of 36 that we protested on that evening on July 18th, so that we could establish the cooperative agreement with the establishment, which we were far along in doing, and we asked that the protest be upheld so that we can continue to discuss the applicant, because there are outstanding issues that we still need to have addressed, especially regarding the residents that live closest to the establishment and other concerns of the ANC.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Any other comments you need to make, Mr. Menorah?
Well, I mean, share the video of the ANC meeting during the ABC license discussion and the vote of, on these applications to show that there was no actual discussion or mention of the merits of this application, the other 35 applications, or any sort of discussion of peace, order, and quiet related to them.
I mean, the parties have filed legal motions, so it's not necessary for us to review the video. So that's not necessary at this moment. Any questions by any of the board to either Mr. Menorah or Mr. Daniels? All right. Mr. Menorah, I believe that the motion that was filed by your office on behalf of the applicant, I believe that it has merit. I believe that it's not clear to the board that when the vote was taken by the ANC, that it was determined that they would be protesting this matter on peace, order, and quiet. And so based on my review of the pleadings that were made by the parties, I'm in agreement that the motion should be that your motion should be granted. So therefore, I'm going to make a motion to the board that the board grant your motion and dismiss the protest petition. Mr. Daniels, it is already established law, and the board will issue once I'm making a motion to the board, but we will issue a formal formal board order, given our reasons why the board believes that your protests cannot stand because of there was not a public meeting stating that the ANC was protesting this license on the grounds of peace, order, and quiet. It's so that's my recommendation to the board.
Crockett seconds.
And we will now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Kenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis. Mr. Anderson, I agree. The board has voted 5-0 to grant the motion and dismiss the protest proceeding. So therefore, it's our position that the application shall be treated as uncontested, and the board will issue an appropriate order with our decision. All right. So, Mr. Daniels, once the decision is issued, you do have the right to appeal the decision. That, if you so desire, you do have the right to appeal the decision that was issued by the board. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
I see that in the chat there are messages in chat about, I think it's ANC 1B. This case was ANC 6D, so we haven't called the cases as yet. So now the next case that I'm going to call is case number 22PRO0053 VIP Lounge, license number 1199113. So, Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case? And I think that the ANC had placed in the chat that they were available. So my assumption is that the ANC representative in this case, please elevate their rights.
Richard Bianco, your access has been elevated. Daniel Freeman, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chair.
I think, Mr. I see that, and I think that I'm not sure who it is that's putting messages in the chat. So I think that we need Eric Bana.
Eric Bana,
Yes, he needs
your
to be
access has been
elevated.
elevated.
Thank you. And let me see. I believe, based on the chat, I believe those are the parties. At least the folks who have requested in the chat that they be elevated for this case, VIP Lounge. All right. Thank you. All right. Good morning, everyone. So let's have Mr. Bianco. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Absolutely. My name is Richard Bianco, RICHARD BIANCO, and I am counsel for the applicant.
Mr. Bianco, is the licensee here this morning?
No, sir.
Thank you. Excuse me. So let's have, on behalf of the protestants, who's representing the ANC? You're on mute, sir. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
My name is Commissioner Eric Bana, representing ANC 1B, ERICBEHNA.
Good morning, Mr. Friedman. Please spell and state your name for the record and your representation, please.
This is Daniel Freeman, and I'm here on behalf of the Westminster Neighborhood Association.
Good morning, everyone. So this matter is a substantial change application in the sense that they want to change from a CR to a CT. Now, are there any, and then I think they also want to change the hours of operations, sales, service, and consumption, life, entertainment, increase the total occupancy load. All right, are there any preliminary matters on this case and on behalf of Mr. Bianco?
Nothing from the applicant, sir.
Mr. Bana, any preliminary matters on behalf of the ANC?
No, sir.
Mr. Friedman, any preliminary matters on behalf of the Civic Association?
No, sir.
All right, hearing none, then this matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on September 28th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. Are the parties aware of the process to have a protest hearing?
The applicant is.
Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Bianco. Mr. Bana?
Yes, the ANC is aware.
Mr. Friedman?
Yes, the Westminster Neighborhood Association is aware. I will note I'm standing in for Pearson Steckland, who recently had a child. So if there's any way that the protest hearing could be pushed back a little bit, I know that Mr. Steckland would appreciate it, given that he has a newborn at home. But we understand that, of course, we must abide by the schedule that works for you all.
All right, it's scheduled for the 28th of the parties because it's an application for substantial change. If the parties are able to, if the parties want to negotiate a new date, they can jointly make a motion to the board, and the board will consider any motion. If there's a joint motion by all three parties, we'll definitely grant it. But that's up to negotiation from the parties. Again, this matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on the 28th. I know that there is the Civic Association and the ANC, so we're asking that a designated representative be identified if this matter goes to a protest hearing, to represent both entities, just for time management factor. You have 1 hour to do your hearing, although because they're two separate entities, motions can be made to the board to extend the timelines, and but that's something that can be negotiated. But if that time doesn't work for the parties, you can file a motion to the board asking for assistance or an extension. Hold on, please. All right. So if there are no other questions, then this matter is scheduled. Yes, I'm sorry, speaking. Go ahead, Mr. Bell.
This is Eric with the ANC. I just did have a question. So can you refresh for everyone's memory how far in advance we will receive the witness forms and all of that from ABRA in advance of that protest hearing?
All right. Following this hearing, you'll receive. Hold on 1 minute, please. Following this hearing, you'll receive an email from ABRA Legal Assistant Ms. Imani Moreland that will include a copy of the protest information form, PIP, and a copy of the exhibit form, as well as specific instructions for your hearing. 7 days prior to the hearing, both parties, all three parties, are required to submit a PIP. If a PIP is not provided 7 days prior to the hearing, the board might prevent you from introducing documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed 7 days prior to the hearing. So, meaning that this hearing is scheduled for the 28th, so no later than close of business on September 21st, which is 7 days. The PIP must be provided. So therefore, that it must be provided each to Mr. Bianca. Mr. Bianca also needs to provide to the parties, and the ABC board should also be, the agency should also be copied. ABRA Legal should also be provided a copy of the document. If you have any questions, please reach out to Ms. Moreland at 202-442-6942, and she will provide whatever information that, or whatever assistance that either party requires to assist in the filing of their PIP. Any other questions?
Thank you, Chair Anderson. Just wanted to make the expectations clear for everyone. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you, sir. And again, if the parties are able to settle this matter prior to the hearing, the board, of course, prefers that the matter is be settled. So therefore, the parties would leave at the end of the day being happy with the decision. Rather, if the board makes a decision, someone might be happy and a person might be unhappy. But if it has to go to a hearing, the board will make a determination on that. Okay. All right. So thank you very much. If this matter is not settled or extended, I will see you on September 28th at 1:30 p.m. for this hearing. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 22-251-00005, Law Society. So we now move to our show cause hearings calendar. Case number 22-251-00005, Law Society, license number 83420. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee and the government in this case? And I believe that Mr. Bianco is the licensee for Law Society, I believe.
Chris Southcott, your access has been elevated. Richard Bianco, your access has been elevated.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am not counsel in this case.
Sorry, I'm looking at Law Society. Okay, thank you, Mr. Bianco. Let me see. Hold on. Law Society. Okay, Law Society. Is Mr. Vassie, is there a Mr. Vassie or okay, Mr. All right.
Chairperson Anderson, if it would be useful, opposing counsel in this case did send a courtesy note to the board earlier this morning indicating that he has a conflict where he is needs to be in Arlington County for a criminal matter this morning. So he indicated that he's not going to be present.
All right, thank you, Mr. Southcott. Okay, good morning again. Can you please spell and state your name for the record and then identify yourself, please, sir?
My name is Chris Southcott, CHRIS, last name SOUTHCOTT, from the Office of the Attorney General.
Good morning. And as been represented, counsel for the licensee is unable to attend, but that is not a concern here. So this matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing. If this matter is not settled, it's scheduled for a show cause hearing on September 21st, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. And I will advise you, Mr. Southcott, that 7 days prior to the hearing, the government, along with the licensee, if are required to exchange documents or witnesses that they're going to rely on if this matter goes to a hearing. All right. Thank you, sir. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 22 CIT 00020, Safeway, license number 97701. This case has been canceled. The board was provided an offer in compromise that will be voted on later on this morning on our legal agenda. The next case in our calendar is case number 22 CIT 00182, San Lorenzo, license number 109176. This case has been canceled. The government dismisses motions. This case, the board order number 2022-625. The next case in our calendar is case number 22 CIT 00038, Focus DC, license number 118015. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in Focus DC, please?
The licensee does not appear to be present.
All right, thank you, sir. All right. Mr. Southcott, can you please spell and state your name, identify yourself for the record, please, sir?
Chris Southcott, first name CHRIS, last name Southcott, SOUTHCOTT, from the Office of the Attorney General.
Thank you. Are the licensees not here? So then this matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on September 21st, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 21 CIT 00139, the Ugly Mug Dining Saloon, license number 71793. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please, sir?
The licensee does not appear to be present at the moment.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Southcott, can you please identify yourself for the record, please? Mr. Oriana, it appears that Mr. Southcott stated that he has lost.
I'm back.
Okay, you're back. Okay, fine. Good morning again, sir. Can you please identify yourself for the record, please, sir?
Chris Southcott, first name CHRIS, last name SOUTHCOTT, from the Office of the Attorney General.
Good morning, sir. The licensee is not here. This matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on September 14th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. Thank you. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 22 CMP 00031, Exiles, license number 102051. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee's representative in this case, please?
Don Johannes, your access has been elevated. Makia Nelson, your access has been elevated. Antoine Williams, your access has been elevated. Felicia Dantzler, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chair.
Thank you, sir. All right, good morning, everyone. Mr. Williams, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson. My name is Antoine Williams on behalf of the District of Columbia this morning.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Williams, if this matter goes to a hearing, do you have any witnesses this morning? And who are they?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Danzler would be my witness, but I can tell you we have reached a officer compromise agreement this morning.
I think I'm aware, but I just, well, since all right, okay, that's fine. Ms. Danzler, I know she's there, so can you please spell and say, identify yourself for the record, please? Ms. Danzler? I can't hear you, but don't worry about it, Ms. Danzler. If we need to call you as a witness, then we will. Ms. Johannes, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Good morning, Sidon Johannes, here on behalf of the licensee, and that is SIDONYOHANNES.
All right, good morning. All right, Mr. Williams, you stated that there's a preliminary matter. Can you please tell us what the preliminary matter is, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson. We reached an agreement on an offer and compromise this morning. Ms. Sidon has sent it over to me. I can read that into the record for you.
Yes, what is it? What is the offer and compromise, please?
Okay. The violation for this particular case is operation of a summer garden without the proper endorsement, a violation of DC Code 25-762B2. The fine that we've agreed upon is $1,000 payable within 120 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid.
All right, thank you. Ms. Johannes, it's my understanding that there's an offer and compromise. And what has been represented is that there's a fine of $1,000 payable within 120 days. If the fine has not been payable within 120 days, the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Is this your understanding of the offer and compromise?
Yes, it is.
Is your client aware that by accepting an offer in compromise, they're giving up their right to a hearing?
Yes, they are.
Is your client also aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they that this matter is not appealable?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions by the board members regarding this offer in compromise? Hearing none, I make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Penny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. I want to thank the parties for reaching this offer in compromise. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
The next case in our calendar is case number 22 CMP 00061, The Dirty Goose, license number 101299. I'm sorry, 101299. Mr. Aurier, yeah. I will get it right one of these days. Can you please elevate the rights of the licensee, please elevate the parties in this case, sir.
Richard Bianco, your access has been elevated. Makia Nelson, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chair.
Thank you very much, sir. Ms. Nelson and Mr. Bianco.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Can't see you, Mr. Bianco.
Sorry about that. Here I am, and I should have my clients joining us.
What's your client's name, sir?
Justin Parker and David Parker.
Is Justin Parker and David Parker, if you please identify Please identify yourself for the record so we can elevate. I think it says David Parker said that he's present, so can his rights be elevated, please?
David Parker, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chair.
Thank you. Is David Parker and Justin Parker together, or is Justin Parker separate? Mr. Bianco, are you aware?
I'm not sure. Justin may not have made it. Let me inquire of David. David is the general manager. Justin is one of the owners. They are related. David, is Justin with you?
Justin is not going to be here today.
Okay, thanks, David.
All right, thank you.
We can proceed. Yep.
Mr. Parker, if you have a camera, please turn your camera. I enjoy seeing the parties that are there. Right in front of me.
Okay, we got it.
Thank you. I can see. All right, fine. Good morning. Thank you, everyone. Mr. Bianco, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Sure. Richard Bianco, Richard Bianco, counsel for the licensee.
And Mr. Parker, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your role with the establishment?
David Parker, David Parker, and I'm the general manager of the establishment.
All right, good morning. And Ms. Nelson, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please? You're on. I can't hear you, Ms. Nelson. Still can't hear you.
How about now?
I can hear you, but if you can turn your volume up a little bit more, ma'am.
Is that better?
A little better. We can also do better. But please spell and state your name for the record, please.
IKEA. Last name NESON.
For some strange reason, Ms. Nelson, you're having some technical difficulties, so I did not hear the proper spelling of your name.
I can try to disconnect and reconnect.
Yes, please, ma'am.
Thank you. Just a moment. Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
I can hear you better, ma'am. Thank you. I can't see you, but I can hear you better this time.
There we are.
And perfect. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning again. All right. This is a fact-finding hearing, and the purpose of this fact-finding hearing is that on June 25th, 2022, an ABRA investigator entered the establishment and believed that it was overcrowded. And so we are having a fact-finding hearing today to make a determination whether or not this was true. As you are aware, Mr. Bianco, this is a fact-finding hearing. The board has not made a final decision. Because of the fact-finding hearing, the board cannot order the licensee to take any action. We're just investigating this matter to see whether or not a violation has occurred. The board will make a determination whether or not it will take no further action or whether or not it will send this matter over to the Office of Attorney General for further action, depending on what information the board gathers today at the fact-finding hearing. Any questions by anyone before we start?
None from the licensee.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Nelson, you're the investigator in this matter. Can you please tell us from your perspective, what occurred on the 25th of June, 2022, please, ma'am?
Yes, sir. On Saturday, June 25th, 2022, at approximately 1:00 a.m., Supervisory Investigator Mark Bashirs received a hotline complaint regarding noise emanating into a resident's home from the Dirty Goose. At approximately 1:30 a.m., I arrived at the establishment to investigate the complaint. Prior to entering the establishment, I met with a security officer located in the front, identified myself as an ABRA investigator, and requested to speak to an ABC manager or owner of the establishment. I entered the establishment and went to the establishment's rooftop summer garden and noted that I could not safely enter the establishment's summer garden due to overcrowding. I stood on my toes and tried to elongate my body as high as I could to take photos and videos of the establishment's summer garden. Additionally, I noted that there was not a security officer at the entry of the establishment's rooftop to monitor the occupant load on the rooftop. After reviewing the photos and video footage that I took, I realized that I could not safely enter the establishment's rooftop summer garden due to the crowd. I then met with Mr. David Parker and requested to see the establishment's ABC license and certificate of occupancy. Upon reviewing the ABC license, I noted that the establishment was approved for an occupant load of 97 patrons on its rooftop and 40 seats. I advised Mr. Parker that the establishment appeared to be over occupancy on its rooftop, and he acknowledged that he understood and advised me that the establishment would be closing soon.
Now, Ms. Nelson, now, did you actually count how many people you thought were there?
No, sir.
So why did you not do a count?
Due to the overcrowding with COVID as well as monkeypox going about in the city, I did not feel safe going through the crowd at that time.
Now, what's the occupancy numbers approved by the board for each level of the establishment?
So for the rooftop, the occupant load is approved for 97 people and 40 seats.
So that's for the rooftop?
Yes, sir.
So what about the other, how many floors? Explain that to me. So how many floors does this establishment have?
The establishment, I believe, has approximately 2 floors. I'm reviewing the C of O as we speak. Yes, it has 2 floors and a roof deck. They have an approved occupant load for a total of 205.
So that's 205 for the floors and the rooftop, or is there a separate occupancy load for the rooftop?
On the ABC license, it just permits a total occupant load and a specific number on the establishment summer garden.
And so the summer garden you said was 97. I'm sorry, what were those numbers again, please?
That is 97 total capacity and 40 seats.
Now, are ABRA investigators provided clickers as part of the investigative tools?
Yes, sir.
So why didn't you not use your clicker at that time?
Because it would require for me to go through the crowd at the establishment, and I didn't want to put myself or my coworkers in harm's way.
Now, do you know whether or not the establishment required to have an employee present to monitor the patron moving, entering, and exiting the rooftop area?
No, sir. The establishment has a settlement agreement that does not require that, but they do not have a security plan.
But generally, do you know whether or not and if you don't know, you can say you don't know. Do you know whether or not our regulations require for them to have that type of security?
No, sir, not that I am aware.
Okay, thank you. Any questions by any board member of Ms. Nelson?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Grandis, and then Mr. Short. Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
Thank you. Investigator Nelson, did you have
Yes,
a mask with you that evening?
Yes, sir, I did.
Why wouldn't the mask have protected you from what your concerns were from going through this establishment?
Sir, it is my understanding that a mask protects you from spreading COVID to others, not necessarily COVID being spread to you. But I am no expert in COVID by any means.
That evening, were there other establishments that you did not feel comfortable going into?
I cannot recall if I received other complaints for noise with overcrowding from that night.
You know what the primary clientele for this establishment that you did go and investigate is?
No, sir, I'm not aware. I'm not familiar with the establishment. I haven't been very often.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your information, your testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your report, Investigator Nelson. Investigator Nelson, isn't it a normal practice for each establishment to count the number of people on each floor and to stay within that number?
I would say it is common, but I can't speak to it being a normal practice for sure.
So there was no one counting, no one from the establishment that could tell you what the count was where you said it was unsafe for you to go into the crowd.
No, sir,
that
not
correct?
that I am aware of.
So overcrowding situations means you would have had to put yourself in harm's way to try to get into a crowd that you could not negotiate because of the overcrowding, which would have put you in danger, and you wouldn't have been able to properly count anyway with people in front of you, behind you, and overcrowded. Would that be a fair assessment of my statement?
Yes, sir, I do believe that is fair.
Now, the question was asked by you, the total occupancy of the establishment is 200 and some, correct?
Yes, sir.
That doesn't mean you can have 200 on the rooftop. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Were there other occupants on other floors that you had to before you got to the roof?
There were few, but the other floors were scarce.
So they were under capacity on the other floors.
I would
in your
say so.
opinion.
Yes, sir.
So you've stated pretty much that it was a dangerous situation. What did you base that on, stating that it was dangerous for you on that particular day in June the 25th, when you went to the rooftop at 1:30 a.m.? What were the conditions, describe them as best you can, that caused you to cause it dangerous?
I could not safely move about the rooftop of the establishment without having to come into close contact or touching other patrons.
So it was at what could consider to be a jam point. A jam point meaning that you cannot navigate your way through that crowd unless you push against other people or they pushed against you. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In your opinion, well, let me ask you this. How many exit doors do they have from the rooftop to get safely to the street? How many exit doors do the people have to pass through?
That, sir, I cannot say for sure.
How many doors did you pass through going into the establishment the night of your investigation?
Into the rooftop, just one.
No, from your entrance off of U Street, as you entered off of U Street, how many other exit doors did you have to pass through to get to the rooftop?
From my memory, I would say just one. Just through the front door and then through the entryway into the establishment's rooftop from the second floor.
So you had to go up a set of stairways to the second floor, correct?
If I recall. Yes,
And then you had to go up another stairway from the second floor to the rooftop.
I cannot say for sure, but I believe so. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you for your excellent report. And thank you for being here this morning and testifying before the board. That's all I
Thank
have,
you.
Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Any other questions by any of the board members? Prior to moving on, Miss Nessel, why you perceive that this establishment was overcrowded? Why did you then not, at a minimum, give them a warning?
Sir, I was unsure that that is something that we can do. I was not told that that was something that I could do by my supervisor.
All right. All right. Any other questions based from the board? All right, Mr. Bianco, do you wish to ask any questions, sir?
Yeah, I have just a couple. Good morning, investigator. I just have a couple of questions for you. You stated that you feared for your safety, and therefore didn't want to take a count of how many people were on the roof deck. How long were you up there?
I would say approximately 15 minutes.
And do you have a sense of how much longer it would have taken you to conduct this count?
No, sir, I can't say for sure how long it would have taken me to do that.
Okay. Is there a reason why you didn't take a count as soon as you got up there?
Taking a count will require me to move about the crowd on the establishment's rooftop. I did not because I did not feel safe doing so.
Okay. So what were you doing up there for 15 minutes?
Trying to take photos and monitoring from the entryway of the rooftop.
And it's your testimony that that took 15 minutes?
No, sir. I said that is an approximate time. I cannot say for sure how long I was on the rooftop.
Okay. And is there a reason why you didn't ask the establishment for a count?
When speaking with Mr. Parker, I did advise him that the establishment appeared to be overcrowded on its summer garden.
Okay.
I'm sorry, hold on a minute. Hold on. I apologize to interrupt, Mr. Bianco. What Mr. Parker did you speak to? What? There are two Mr. Parkers, so just can you please clarify what Mr. Parker you spoke to?
I apologize, Mr. David Parker.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bianco.
Okay. So, no, I understand what you did say to him, but is there a reason why you didn't say to him, what's the count?
I apologize, sir. I don't recall if I did ask what was the count or not. However, Mr. David Parker did acknowledge that he understood.
Okay. So that would be important information, though, if you asked him what's the count and he either provided it and didn't provide it, or did it or refused to provide it, correct?
Can you repeat that question, sir?
Sure. Well, it would be important information for you to note in your report if you asked him for the count and he either provided it or refused to provide it, right?
Yes, sir, it would.
And you most certainly would have included that information in your report, since you seem, by all accounts, to be a diligent investigator, right?
Yes, sir.
So it's fair to say that you didn't ask him what the count was, isn't it?
I cannot say for sure.
Okay. Now, you mentioned your fear of COVID as or monkeypox as the reason that you did not want to stay up on the rooftop any longer. Is there a procedure by which you can call in another investigator if you have such a concern?
No, sir. What I stated was not that I did not want to stay up on the rooftop any longer. What I stated was I did not want to move about the crowd for fear of my safety.
Okay. So in that instance, is there a procedure by which you can request assistance from another investigator?
Yes, sir. I can always request assistance from another investigator, but that would also put my coworkers in an unsafe position as well.
And I saw in your report that supervisory investigators Brashears took the call. Was he on site with you?
No, sir, he was not.
And did you speak to Mr. David Parker about whether they have a procedure in place for maintaining a count on the rooftop?
I cannot recall, sir.
Thank you very much, investigator. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bianco.
Sure.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bianco. Ms. Nelson, did you take any photos of that evening?
Yes, sir, I did.
Are you able to share that with the board?
Yes, sir, I am.
Can you share with us the photos?
Absolutely. Thank you. Can everyone see?
Yes.
Okay. This is one photo listed as Exhibit 1 in my report of the establishment's rooftop, some regarding from the angle that I was standing at. Please let me know when it's okay to proceed to the next photo.
You can just move on. I don't know what you have. You can go ahead.
This is another photo of the establishment's rooftop, listed as Exhibit 2 in my report. This, I apologize, I'm scrolling a bit. This is another photo from the angle I was standing at of the establishment's rooftop from that night. I also have video footage.
Sure, go
prepared.
ahead. Go ahead, please.
And that is the evidence that I was able to gather from that night.
I thought you said you had video that you're gonna play.
Did you not see?
No, I didn't see a video.
I apologize. Let me. I'm happy to replay.
I'm not seeing a video. I'm seeing a still photo. I'm seeing a blank screen, so there's no video playing.
I apologize. I'm attempting to share.
I'm seeing your screen, but I'm not seeing a video.
Just a moment, if you don't mind. I have to. Okay, are we seeing the video now?
I'm seeing you. I'm seeing a split screen, so I'm seeing you on one side and I'm seeing a still photo, but I'm still not seeing a video.
Okay, I'm seeming to have issues sharing that video. Okay, it is saying that I'm sharing it.
Okay, fine. I'm now seeing a video. Okay. So this is the rooftop?
Yes, sir. The video is also listed in my report. I'm unsure if you were able to view that or not.
How long is it? I mean, I think I saw maybe about 10 seconds of a video. So how long is the video?
Approximately 10 seconds. It is fairly short.
So can you just, are you able to replay it one more time, please?
Yes, sir.
All right. You testified that the occupancy of you can close your screen and I'm going to have other board members ask questions. You stated that the approved certificate of occupancy for the rooftop is 97, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And how large is it? How large is the rooftop?
I can't speak in terms of square footage. I can say it's a fair size rooftop.
The reason I'm asking, 97 is depending on how large the area is. 97 is it's a good number of people.
Yes, sir.
And so I, at least just looking at it, I'm not sure. It's hard for me to determine that one is not that the 97, if we're to go by what 97 is, if depending on the size of the rooftop, are people in close contact or people would be spread out. So that's the problem that so that's why I'm asking how large the rooftop is, because putting 97 people in, depending on what the size of the establishment, it could appear to be overcrowded when it could or could not be. So I don't know. So that's what I was asking. All right. Any other questions by any board members based on the video that we just saw? Yes, Mr. Short, I think you have a question.
Thank you very much. Investigator Nelson, thank you again. And how many places have you investigated, ABC establishments have you investigated, where there is a clicker or a counter? Have you investigated many that do have counters and clickers?
Yes, sir. I have inspected many that have clickers.
And normally, do you have a problem with overcrowding when people are appropriately counted and can tell you how many people they have in their establishment?
I'm sorry, sir. Could you repeat that question?
Is it normally a problem when you check with someone who has a counter system of the number of occupants in their establishment? Are there normally any problems when people have counters?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Are there normally situations where there's a problem, or aren't there?
I would say, you said, or often?
No, I'm asking you, let me rephrase this. Thank you for being patient with me. When you go to an establishment that has a counter or a clicker, is it normally safe, or do you feel safe going to those types of establishments?
I can't say that I normally feel safe, but
Have you run into overcrowding where you normally have persons that have counters or clickers?
yes, sir. Occasionally there are over occupancy even when there are counters or clickers.
And what normally happens when you find them overcrowded if they do have a clicker?
Typically, the establishment will either let out some of the patrons or they will move the patrons about the establishment.
Did Mr. David Parker, did you ask him why there were not a counter, or why he did not know the number of people in his establishment on the rooftop that evening or that morning?
I do not recall, sir.
Was there any discussion at all with you and anybody in the establishment about the number of people on the rooftop?
Yes, sir. I spoke with Mr. David Parker, and he did acknowledge that he understood that the establishment appeared to be over occupancy and that the establishment would be closing soon at that time.
So he didn't say anything about getting some of the people out. He simply just said he'll be closing soon. Is that what he said when he admitted it was overcrowded?
Yes, sir. That is what I recall.
What are the hours for that particular morning for the closing of that establishment?
That establishment, I believe, closes at 2:30 a.m.
And so that was 1:30 a.m. according to your report. So he was going to leave the occupancy overcrowded for one more hour rather than get some of the people out. Is that what I am to understand?
I entered the establishment at approximately 1:30 a.m. So this may have been roughly around 1:50, close to 2 a.m.
Okay. Now, again, I'm trying to establish, did anyone at this establishment try to or attempt to or do anything to alleviate the overcrowding? Or was it just status quo? What was done by anyone to try to alleviate the overcrowding?
That, sir, I cannot answer.
Did you, again, you left there with, when you got there it was overcrowded, and when you left there it was still overcrowded, correct?
That I recall, yes, sir.
Thank you. That's all I have at this time, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Investigator Nelson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by the board members? Yes, Mr. Grandis, go ahead. I can't hear you, Mr. Grandis. I cannot hear you, Mr. Grandis.
Hear me now.
I'm try again. No.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Okay, I did raise the volume. Thank you. Investigator Nelson,
Yes, sir, Mr. Gomes.
if I understood your recollection, you stated to Mr. Parker that you believed it was overcrowded, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you ask Mr. Parker, did they have a count number?
Not that I recall, sir. I can't
So
say.
you can recall, informing Mr. Parker that you thought it was overcrowded, but you don't have a recollection if you asked him if they had a count.
No, sir, I don't recall.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grandis.
Any other questions by any other board members? Mr. Bianco. Any additional questions of the investigator?
I have no additional questions from the investigator.
Mr. Bianco, I think that your client wanted to say something. Did you plan to ask him? I do have some questions if he's gonna.
Yeah, I did not plan on having him testify. I was going to make a couple of proffers, but based on the investigator's testimony, I don't think I need him to give any actual testimony. If there's questions, I'll field them, and I may want to defer to him on some factual issues. But
I think what I'm trying to find out, what's the layout of the rooftop? I mean, I think that's something that I'm concerned about. What's the layout of the rooftop?
Okay, so the rooftop is basically, but for the mechanical equipment, the entirety of the roof of 913, and it was expanded in 2020, I believe, to also cover the rooftop or part of the rooftop of the 915 building. So it's fairly sizable, but with 90 or 97 folks, it could appear crowded, but I would say it definitely appears more crowded towards the bar where the photographs are taken, because people tend to congregate there so that they can purchase alcohol or interact with others or what have you. So the sort of vantage point from behind the bar is a little bit deceiving in that that's where people tend to congregate as opposed to the further off areas of the rooftop.
Now, I'm also trying to find out, how does the establishment monitor its occupancy?
Yeah, that's a great question. So there are two separate means of entrance and egress to the rooftop from the interior of the building. The way they operate them under normal circumstances is what we'll call the front staircase, which is the staircase closest to the U Street side of the building, is used as an entrance. And the rear staircase towards the alley side of the building is used as an egress in terms of directing traffic. Of course, in an emergency, both would be available to exit people from the roof. But the way they handle occupancy is they have a security guard stationed at both the ingress and the egress. and the security guards keep a count using a clicker. And the manager on duty checks in with the security guards with respect to the count every 30 minutes. And at this point in the evening, they had a count. They could have provided the count, but according to Mr. Parker, the interaction with the ABRA investigator was very informal, and she didn't ask. As to why she didn't see the security guard or recall seeing the security guard, as the case may be, in front of the front staircase, I can't say, but there was certainly guards posted at both entrances, and at no point did they exceed 97, nor is there any evidence to suggest that they did.
So you're saying that the occupancy of the rooftop is 97, and that it's your view that at no point during that period did the establishment exceed its occupancy? Is that the position of the licensee?
That's the position. I haven't seen anything to rebut that. I mean, we all looked at the photos, but there's no head count.
And so all right, so you're saying currently the current certificate of occupancy for the establishment is 90, at least for the establishment's rooftop is 97, is that correct?
Yes, it's what it conforms to the license. So the amount of they can't issue the license without presentation of the CMO. So yes, that's our position based on my understanding as well as the investigative report.
All right. Thank you. I know that normally are there any questions by the board members of the licensee? I know that the responses are being provided by counsel, but the questions are directed to Mr. Parker if Mr. Bianco is unable to answer. But again, since he has not called him as a witness, if any board members have, yes, Mr. Short, if any board members have any questions specifically about the establishment, go ahead, Mr. Short. I can't hear you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bianco.
Good afternoon, Mr. Short.
Okay. Mr. Bianco, you stated that on the night of June the 25th, there were two people counting, one on the front stairs and one on the back stairs. Is that your testimony?
Well, it's my testimony that there are two security guards, one at each staircase, but every 30 minutes or so, they have to reconcile the numbers since they're standing apart, which is the reason for the manager stepping in and speaking with both security guards and getting the counts as to how many in, how many out, so they know how many people are up there.
Okay, I guess I'm a little confused to the point that the investigator stated that she did not see any security guards at the front of the entrance to the rooftop when she came, and that she talked with Mr. David Parker, and he never talked with anyone. If I could get what I'm hearing from the investigator, the only one she talked to that night, or that morning, forgive me, was the Mr. Parker, Mr. David Parker. And so I'm just trying to figure if there was a person at the front door where Mr. Parker was talking to the investigator Nelson, how come the three of them didn't talk? And how come Mr. Nelson couldn't produce a number from that person for her at that time?
Okay, well, I think you asked a lot of different questions, and I think a lot of them are premised on information that's definitely not in the record. There's no information to suggest this conversation took place in front of the front staircase. As to why she didn't see a security guard there, I think that's one among many deficiencies in this investigation. And I'm not sure. I mean, I suppose I'm just as confused as you are as to why we're here. I mean, why this investigation went the way it did, and without any meaningful evidence of a violation, we're in front of the board on a fact-finding hearing. So, yeah, I think confusion is fair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bianco. But there is no confusion that David Parker talked with the investigator Nelson that morning. Is that correct?
That's correct. He was not asked for the occupancy. Again, for reasons unknown to me, he didn't admit to over occupancy. In fact, he didn't say anything except that he understood what the investigator was saying. That was her testimony, nothing more than that. So, again,
that's a great answer. That's a great answer, Mr. Bianco. But the bottom line is, now that it's been established that there may have been, and very much so, overcrowding that particular evening, because the investigator went there because of complaints.
Well, the investigator went there because of a noise complaint.
Mr. Bianco, I'm not going to argue with you, Mr. Bianco. You're an attorney. I'm just a board member. But I'm just going by the testimony we got. The investigator went there to talk with the owner or manager because of a complaint.
Correct. About noise.
If you would stop cutting me off, please, Mr. Bianco. I don't do that to you, and I wouldn't dare do that to you. Thank you. What I'm trying to get to, Mr. Bianco, we're here because there was a complaint. The investigator went there to check out the complaint as required by her job. She talked with the owner, operator, or manager, Mr. David Parker, who could not produce a number for her at that particular time. That's the testimony of the investigator, and that's what's on the record. And I don't want to do anything other than ask questions about what's on the record, because this may become a more serious issue if this ever happens at this club again. But it's now on the record, and there are photos that maybe, just maybe, someone didn't go by the rules and regulations that night, and there were over 97 people on that rooftop. I would just like to say thank you very much for being patient with me, Mr. Bianco, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to ask those questions.
You're welcome, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Short. I always appreciate our spirited debate. Thank you for your input.
Any other questions by any of the board members? Prior to bringing this case to a hearing, any final comment you need to make, Mr. Bianco, on behalf of your client?
Nothing from us.
All right. All right, thank you. The board will take this matter under advisement to make a determination whether or not, of course, as you stated, Mr. Bianco, this is a fact-finding hearing. We were gathering information based on the report that was written. The board was unable to ascertain whether or not a violation has occurred. And so the board will take this under advisement and make a determination. Basically, what the board recommend options available to the board. The board can determine that no further action. The board could say a warning, or the board could refer this to the Attorney General for a violation. I don't know, but we'll take this matter under advisement, and we'll alert you to the decision that the board has made. Thank you very much for your presence this morning. Thank you this morning and also now this afternoon, Mr. Parker. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. All right, we're at the end of our morning calendar. So I am now going to do our legal agenda. The first matter on our legal agenda is review of an offer and compromise in lieu of a hearing dated August 19th, 2022 for case number 21 CIT 00020, Safeway license number 0097701. The offer in compromise and the terms failure to have the establishment owner or board approved ABC manager present during the sale, service, and consumption of alcohol. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25701 and 23 DCMR Section 707.1. The fine is a $250 fine payable within 60 days, or the license will be suspended indefinitely. I make a motion that the board accept this offer and compromise. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, Mr. Cato has accepted as second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Betty
You break off, Ms. Henson. So I heard you're saying that you agree, is that correct?
Hanson.
Ms. Henson has stated that she agrees. Mr. Grandis
Yes, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review of a settlement agreement dated July 20th, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 3E and Soul Mexican Grill, license number 121362. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Betty Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review of a settlement agreement dated July 26, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6D and Oasis Marinas, license number 120887. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Ms. Henson, you're drifted off. Ms. Henson.
Betty Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4, review of a settlement agreement dated February 15th, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6A and Ocean Lounge, license number 114106. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Betty Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5, review of a settlement agreement dated July 14th, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2B and Traverse DC, license number 121690. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion along with Mr. Cato. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Betty Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 6, review of a settlement agreement dated July 14th, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2F and The Springs, license number 120472. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Betty Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 7, review of a settlement agreement dated August 22nd, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2F and Baby Shank, license number 121545. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 8, review of amendment to settlement agreement dated August 18th, 2022 between the Meridian Hill Neighborhood Association Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1B and Franklin Hall, license number 103899. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 9, review of the government's consent motion for continuance of show cause hearing dated August 16th, 2022, in case number 22-251-00002, flash license number 105774. I make a motion that we approve of this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 10, review of the government's consent motion for continuance of show cause hearing dated August 17th, 2022, in case number 19-251-00157, assets license number 113585. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Mr. Ed Grandis disagrees.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-1 with Mr. Grandis disagreeing. Number 11, review of the request to reinstate canceled license dated August 18th, 2022. Excuse me, the license was canceled on July 27th, 2022, pursuant to board order number 2022-563. This is catering by Uptown license number 078560. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson. I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 12, review of request to reinstate canceled license dated August 19th, 2022. The license was canceled on July 27th, 2022, pursuant to board order number 2022-505. This is Restaurante La Perla, license number 060535. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms.
Ed
Crockett
Grandis will
seconds.
second.
Ms. Crockett and Mr. Grandis have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 13, review request to reinstate dismiss application dated August 11th, 2022. Application for substantial change was dismissed on August 3rd, 2022, pursuant to board order number 2022-50570. This is Climax Bar and Restaurant, license number 115645. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short was second the motion. Mr. Short has seconded the motion. Will now have, can all board members be silent? Mute their phone, please. Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 14, review of request to reinstate dismissed application dated August 5th, 2022. Renewal application was dismissed on August 3rd, 2022 pursuant to board order number 2022-571. This is for Paradiso license number 111597. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 15, review of motion to dismiss application dated August 11th, 2022 in case number 2022 PRO 00087. This is the Wharf. The board voted 6-0 on the calendar today because this case was on our calendar. So the board voted 6-0 to approve the motion to dismiss. So for number 15, the board voted 6-0 on our calendar to grant this motion. That's why I'm not taking a formal vote in this matter. Number 16, review of ANC 60's response to application motion to dismiss dated August 25th, 2022 in case number 22 PRO 000087. The Wharf. This matter is now moot based on the decision that was made by the board this morning on its calendar. Number 17, review of the motion to dismiss application dated August 11th, 2022 in case number 22 PRO 00086, Hell's Kitchen, license number 121424. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 18, review of ANC 60's response to application's motion to dismiss dated August 25th, 2022 in case number 22 PRO 00086, Hell's Kitchen, license number 121424. This matter is now moot. Number 19, review of correspondence from Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2A to Council Member Kenyon McDuffie dated July 28th, 2022 regarding the DC Council Committee on Business and Economic Development's Public Oversight Roundtable on DC Sports Wagering Program. This is an FYI for the board. Number 20, review of correspondence, notice of protest and adverse decision from ANC 5C07, SMD Commissioner Jeremiah Montague Jr. dated August 12, 2022 regarding concerns related to the substantial change application filed by protest by Provost. License number 108015. This is also an FYI to the board. We now move to our supplemental legal agenda. The first matter on our supplemental legal agenda, review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated August 30th, 2022 for case number 22 CMP 00033, Half Smoke, license number 100855. The offer in compromise. The first charge, failure to follow settlement agreement, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A6. The board will issue a warning for charge 1. For charge 2, failure to keep property free of litter, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25726B. There's a fine of $1,000 payable within 120 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I make a motion that ABC Board approve this OIC. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. I need all board members to have their phones on mute until I call the vote. Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review of a settlement agreement dated August 8th, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2B and Exiles, license number 102051. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review of amendment to settlement agreement dated August 24th, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2F and Red Light, license number 090488. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on licensing agenda, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for to be determined, formerly John Boyle, license number 120810. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2023. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. Will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review application for a class change from retailer C Restaurant to retailer CR Tavern. This is for Angelo Ristorante Italiano, license number 109417. I make a motion that refer this matter back to licensing. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review application for a class change from retailer C Restaurant to retailer CR Tavern. This is for Amigo Mio, license number 117816. I make a motion that refer this matter back to licensing. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4, review application for change of hours for the Sidewalk Cafe. This is for Taberna del Alberdero, license number 013218. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5, review application for change of hours of operation. This is for Kids Lounge, license number 119361. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 6, review application for a sidewalk cafe endorsement with 25 seats. This is for Glory, license number 119051. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 7, review application for a storage facility permit. This is for Speakeasy Company license. I don't have the license number. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 8, review request to change the address of the office location for the Vassals to 650 Wharf Street Southwest. This is for Nightingale. License number 021940. License number 021949 through 2. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I
Ed
second.
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis and Mr. Short have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 9, review of resolution regarding medical marijuana facilities submitted by Advisory Neighborhood Commission 3E. This is an FYI to the board. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental license agenda, review request for a temporary operating retail permit. This is for Mark's Cafe American Bar, license number 122472. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato,
Ed
second.
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis and Mr. Cato have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review request to expand sidewalk cafe seating from 25 to 45. This is for Aslan Beer Company, license number 118555. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our cease and desist order. The ABC Board will be issuing orders to cease and desist to the following licenses for the reasons outlined before. Number 1, Wassing Restaurant, license number 000514. The license did not complete the renewal application process and is operating on an expired license. Number 2, Stein's Cafe, license number 114522. The licensee did not complete the renewal application process and is operating on an expired license. I therefore make a motion that the ABC Board issue cease and desist orders for these two licensees. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett.
Short, I second.
Mr. Short and Ms. Crockett, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. All right, we now move to the board's temporary license one-day substantial docket. This is the docket where I will list the name of the requestee, the type of the license that's been requested, and the event, the license number, and the attendees. At the end of the list of 38 license requests, I will make a motion that ABC Board grants all of these requests. So the first request is from Jessica Perez for a one-day license class F. This is for a concert of classical music dated September 8th, 2022. The license number is 122317, 75 attendees to 2 security guards. Number 2, another request from Jessica Perez, a one-day license class F, concert of classical music. This is on October 14th, 2022. License number is 122319, 75 attendees to security guards. Number 3, another request from Jessica Perez, one-day license class F. It's for concert of classical music. This is November 18th, 2022. The license number is 122320, 75 attendees to security guards. Number 4, a request from Jessica Perez, one-day license class F, concert of classical music, March 3rd, 2023. License number 122321, 75 attendees to security guards. Number 5, another request from Jessica Perez, one-day license class F, concert of classical music, March 31st, 2023. The license number is 122322, 75 attendees to security guards. Number 6, a request from Justin Debebaum, DEKELBAUM, a one-day license class F, wedding September 2nd, 2022. License number 122396, 70 attendees to security guard. Number 7, Jasmine Kelly, one-day license class F, networking event, September 9th, 2022. License number 122428, 100 attendees to security guards. Number 8, a request from Francisco Ramos Mayer, a one-day license class F, wedding October 1st, 2022, license number 122456, 80 attendees to security guards. Number 9, request from Zachary Schwartz, one-day license class F, wedding September 11th, 2022, license number 122430, 60 attendees to security guards. Number 10, excuse me, a request from Edward Janik, a one-day license class F, beer tasting September 17th, 2022. Excuse me, license number 122429, 100 attendees to security guards. Number 11, a request from Dwayne Osborne, one-day license class F, Van Gogh Expo, September 3rd, 2022, license number 122479, 500 attendees, 10 security guards. Number 12, another request from Dwayne Osborne, one-day license class F, Van Gogh Expo, September 17th, 2022, license number 122480, 500 attendees, 10 security guards. Number 13, a request from Mussy Gourmet, one-day license class G, celebrating soccer tournament, event date September 10th, 2022, rain date September 11th, 2022, license number 122312, 150 security guard, 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 11, a request, number 14, a request from Stephanie Holland, a one-day license class G, Oktoberfest, September 24th, 2022, license number 122367, 2,500 security, 2,500 attendees, 50 security guards. Number 15, Kevin Hurley, one-day license class G, wedding, October 7th, 2022, license number 122374, 180 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 16, a request from Robert Jordan, one-day license class G, social event with DJ, September 3rd, 2022, license number 122387, 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 17, Yodit, YODIT, GHEBREKIDAN, a one-day license class G, a wedding, September 3rd, September 4th. The license number 122397, 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 18, a request from David, ABRIATIS, October 1st, 2022, license number 122398, 140 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 19, a request from Victor Beasley, one-day license class G. The date, September 17th, 2022, license number 122400, 300 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 20, Valerie Matthew, a one-day license class G, folk dance party, license number 122402, 90 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 21, request from Patrick D. Batista, one-day license class G, LGBT dancing, license number September 24th, 2022. The license number is 122415, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 22, another request from Patrick D. Batista, one-day license class G, LGBT dancing, license number, date of event September 10th, 2022. License number is 122414, 200 attendees, 4 security guard. Number 23, a request from Shimelis Gobena, Gobena, one-day license class G, cultural show, license number 122457, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 24, Upmarket Van Ness LLC, event Art All Night Festival, substantial change to use license off premises on patio to have live entertainment. This is on September 23rd, 2022. The license number is 113404. Substantial change license is 22 SC 00907. Number 25, Flavor Gordon LLC, one-day substantial change. The event Art All Night Festival, September 23rd, 2022. The license number is 121338. Substantial change license number 22 SC 00909. Number 26, Muchas Gracias, trade name Actual Space LLC, one-day substantial change. Art All Night Festival, September 23rd, 2022. License number is 115708. Substantial change number 22 SC 00914. Number 27, FD LLC, one-day substantial change. Art All Night Festival, September 23rd, 2022. The license number is 116840. Substantial change license number is 22 SC 00916. Number 28, FT Casa Luca DC2 LLC, one-day substantial change. Art All Night Festival, substantial change to use premises off premises on our patio to have live entertainment. This is September 23rd, 2022. License number 103741, substantial change, license 22 SC 00917. Number 29, JBS Inc., one-day substantial change. This is for the Art All Night Festival to use our license off premises on our patio to have a live performance, September 23rd, 2022. The license number is 078949, substantial change, license number is 22 SC 00918. Number 30, Daunoy Hospitality LLC, one-day substantial change. This is for the Art All Night Festival. September 23rd, 2022. The license number is 110237. Substantial change is 22 SC 00924. Number 31, Ashland DC Beer LLC, 1 day substantial change. This is for the DC bike ride to use license off premises at 416 Moore Street Northeast at Auto Shop for DC bike ride event. This is September 9th, 2022. The license number is 118555. Substantial change number is 22 SC 00919. Number 32, Regmo Promo, DC, a pub crawl. It was already approved for 1,000 participants by the ABC board on May 18th, on May 18th, 2020. They want to change the date to September 24th, 2022. The license number is 104072. The substantial change license number is 22 SC 00730. Number 33, Pursuit of Happiness, pub crawl. The date of the event, this is for 850. The date of the event is October 8th, 2022. The license number is 121993. Substantial change number is 22 SC 00902. Number 34, Dwayne Osborne, 1 day license class F, Van Gogh Expo. This event occurred August 20th, 2022 and August 12th, 2022. The license number is 122332. 500 attendees, 10 security guards. Number 35, Juan Castro, 1 day license class F. The wedding was August 27th, 2022. The license number is 122282, 55 attendees, 1 security guard. Number 30, Sheila D. Hunt, 1 day license class F. The wedding was August 20th, 2022. The license number is 122315, 40 attendees, 1 security guard. Number 34, CADIENNA, NAQUIN, 1 day license class G. The reception was August 26th, 2022. The license number 122316, 100 attendees, 2 security guard. Number 38, Rafael Martinez, a 1 day license class G. This is for Quinacera, QUINCEANERA. This was on August 27th, 2022. The license number is 122381, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. And number 39, Levy at DC United, 1 day substantial change. That was a pop-up event. The event was August 20th, 2022. The license number is 060462. Substantial change license is 22 SC 00906. I therefore make a motion that the board approves all these events that were on our 1 day substantial change. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Sally Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I
agree, Mr. Grandis? Yes.
I said, yes, sir.
You trailed off at the end, sir. And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. All right. We now move to our license administrative docket. The license administrative docket is a docket where this is the final process in the ABC board actually issuing the license for all these establishments. The ABC board has previously reviewed and approved the occurrence for these licenses. So this is now the last process of the board to issue the license. On this agenda, there are 28 applicants. I'll read all the name of the 28, and at the end of the list, I will make a motion that the ABC board approves this final stage of the application process. So the first applicant is Anejero, ANEJO Bar and Grill, license number 116070. Their retailer seat tavern, add and dance into the existing entertainment endorsement application. Number 2, Tap 99, license number 116883, retailer seat tavern entertainment endorsement application. Number 3, Ritz-Carlton, Washington, D.C., license number 060273. Retailer C Hotel, letter of request to remove the officer Matthew Kenny, Vice President. Number 3, Capo, C-A-P-O, license number 103693. Retailer C Tavern, letter of request to remove the officer Brian Vasile, V-A-S-I-L-E, managing member. Number 5, Howard Theater, license number 115086. Retailer CX Multi-Purpose Facility, letter of request to remove the entity Wolfgang Puck Catering and Events, LLC. Number 6, Church Georgetown Wine Company, license number 119851. Retailer C Tavern, trade name change application. The new name is Clubhouse. Number 7, Sushi Taro, license number 009655. Retailer C Restaurant, change of officer application. Jamila S. Yamazaki, Vice President. Number 8, Howl at the Moon, license number 116092. Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. I'm sorry, that was number 8. Number 9, Restaurante La Perla, license number 060535. Retailer C Restaurant, letter request to remove the officer Robert Asher, Treasurer, and John Zartko, Vice President. Number 10, Union Oyster Bar and Lounge, license number 110747. Retailer C Restaurant, sports wagering endorsement application. Number 11, Taver CDC, license number 121690. Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 12, Tom's Watch Bar, license number 119403. Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 13, Foxtrot, license number 120197. Retailer B Full Service Grocery, new ABC license application. Number 14, Foxtrot, license number 120198. Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 15, Pupatella, Pupatella Pizza, license number 121435. Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 16, Lucky Buns, license number 121405. Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 17, Renaissance Hotel, license number 121685. Retailer 25%, new ABC license application. Number 18, The Square Central Bar, license number 121651. Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 19, 1919th Street Northwest LLC and One Market LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 121652. Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 20, Mivida, license number 121638. Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 21, Uncaged Mimosas, license number 120889. Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 22, Gordon Ramsay Fish and Chips, license number 121423. Retailer D Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 23, Bolt D, license number 121818. Manufacturer A, new ABC license application. Number 24, Selena Union Market, the rooftop at Selena Union Market, How, HOWM. License number 121777. Retailer C Hotel, new ABC license application. Number 25, Colony Liquors, license number 122455. Retailer A Liquor Store, transfer with sale application. Number 26, Duke's Grocery, license number 121740. Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 27, 1865 Steak, Seafood and Cigars, license number 122442. Retailer C Tavern, transfer with sale application. Number 28, Death and Company, license number 120938. Retailer C Tavern, transfer with sale application. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board grants these issues these licenses. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis
Ms.
will
Crockett
second.
seconds.
Ms. Crockett and Mr. Grandis have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short. Mr. Short. Mr. Short. Mr. Short. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
With Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Short said that he's frozen, but that he agrees. So the matter passes 6-0-0. Thank you very much. We're at the end of our morning calendar and agenda. It is now 12:55. The board will go in recess. So I now direct all board members, we will take a 35-minute lunch break. So I will ask all board members to sign back onto executive session at 1:30, and we will have our public session at 1:45. So I will see the board members in executive session at 1:30, and I will see the public in our public session at 1:45. Good afternoon, have a good lunch, and thank you very much. Take care. Bye-bye. Good afternoon, everyone. We're back in the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. Joining me this afternoon are 5 other board members, Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Ms. Jenny Henson, Mr. Edward Grandis. The board has 6 members in attendance for conduct, 6 members in attendance, and that's sufficient. That is a quorum for us to continue, for us to conduct business. This afternoon's calendar, we have 6 cases were scheduled for this afternoon's calendar, but as the afternoon progresses, you will see that all our cases are settled. But prior to doing our calendar for this afternoon, we have a second supplemental legal agenda. So I'm going to vote on our second supplemental legal agenda. The first matter on our second supplemental legal agenda, excuse me, it's the review of a request from ANC 1B to withdraw from the protest in case number 22 PRO 00035 dated August 31st, 2022. This is in VIP Lounge, license number 119913. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
With Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2 on our second supplemental legal agenda is a review of a request from ANC 1B to withdraw from protest in case number 22 PRO 00033 dated August 31st, 2022. This is in 1942 DC, license number 070728. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. Number 3, review of an amendment to settlement agreement dated November 10th, 2021 between Simple Bar and Grill and Advisory Neighborhood Commission 4C, Simple Bar and Grill, license number 092423. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis with second.
Mr. Grandis and I believe Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
With Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. All right, so now let's go to our afternoon calendar. The first case in our afternoon calendar is case number 19-251-00157, assets, license number 113585. This case has been rescheduled to September 28th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. The next case in our calendar is case number 22-251-00002, Flash, license number 105774. This case has been rescheduled to September 21st, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. See board order number 2022-637. The next case in our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00033, 1942 DC, license number 70721. This case has been canceled. The board on its second supplemental legal agenda voted to approve the withdrawal of the protest by the ANC. The next case in our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00039, Red Light, license number 90488. This case has been canceled due to submission of a settlement agreement for the board's review and approval. The next case on our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00035 VIP Lounge, license number 119913. This case has been canceled. The board earlier this afternoon voted on a second supplemental legal agenda to approve the withdrawal of the protest by the ANC. And the last case on our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00037, The Springs, license number 120472. This case has been canceled due to the board's approval of a settlement agreement. See board order number 2022-634. We are now at the end of our afternoon calendar, and if there are no further business, I will adjourn for the day. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575B and Section 2.2-75B14 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on September 14th, 2022, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel in the matters identified on the board's legal, licensing, and investigative agenda for September 14th, 2022, as published in the DC Register on September 9th, 2022. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before that has been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Benny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on the electronic calendar on ABRA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. I would like to thank the members of the public who participated in our hearings today, and also would like to thank the board members who participated in our public hearings today. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Have a great Labor Day vacation, and I will see you on the 14th, September 14th, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. I now direct all board members to return to executive session for further action and development. Thank you very much. Have a great afternoon.